Hey everyone, how's it going? I hope you're all doing well today. And if not, then start doing better. Come on. It looks like we don't have a huge crowd yet, and that's fine. No, that's fine. I appreciate each and every one of you who drops by, always. Plus, people don't really come to me for just chatting streams. I'm not exactly known for being the best socialized person. It's something that I have to work on always. Doing my best, though. More than that, it's really good to see all of you again. Man, why is my tracking slightly sketchy today? For some reason it feels like things have been slightly laggy in spots. You know what? It's probably because I have Chrome open. Let me turn off the graphics acceleration in Chrome. Now, I have seen that we have some new people here today, and I would like to say welcome. If you are new here, welcome. I am Sarah Linne, Magical Cat Girl. I play retro games, and I'm a magical girl. And by day, I work on video game stuff. Currently employed with Exceed Games. Very lovely company that has always treated me great. I'm sure some people are here because they have heard about the patch for No More Heroes that I worked on. Because that finally released. I've been working on that for quite a while. You guys might remember Exceed putting out a notice, a status update about No More Heroes. Like ages ago, saying that we had moved development in-house on the update. And that is when I took over work on the patch, roughly around the time that status update was posted, like a year and a half ago, something like that. And it's been slow going for a lot of reasons, most of which I can't really comment on very much because, I'm under NDA. NDA is a normal thing in the game industry. Basically, everybody who works in the game industry at all is under an ironclad non-disclosure agreement. So as much as I would love to be able to tell you more details about my work on the patch, or indeed my work on other things, I can't. Please understand. But yeah, that's what I've been working on as far as my day job goes for quite a while now, and I haven't been able to say a word about it. I am also working on No More Heroes 2. I think it's safe to say that now that, news about that's... Let me change this track. Now that news about all that is public in the first place. There are definitely things that are going to be worked on as far as the No More Heroes patches go. Like, we added keyboard and mouse support to the game, but there's a few bugs with the mouse support that I'm looking into. And also ways to just generally make the control layout for that better and more comfortable. That'll be stuff moving forward. And, if people are still having bugs with the game even after the patch, sorry. Sorry. And thank you for resubscribing, Tex-Mex. Hey, Pascal. So, with that out of the way, I should probably explain. I've been in the middle of a subathon ever since my birthday, April 24th. But the thing is, I got sick. I basically was hit with really serious fatigue and just general malaise. Like, sometimes I was sick to my stomach, sometimes I had a bad headache, sometimes my throat was bothering me. And I'm finally getting over it, although there is still some lingering fatigue here and there. Honestly, it's hard to say whatever I got because, like, it's so non-specific. You understand? Anyway, that means that we have resumed the subathon because it is not over until I have met the goals that will be met on stream. Of the goals that have been met so far that will take place on stream, there's updating the top 100. Granted, I'll probably do the actual updating of the list offline and then reveal it on stream. There's the chat commission's art, which I considered doing today, but I think it would distract me. There's a time travel media tier list, which we are going to be doing today. Oh, thank you for subscribing. The community VR chat night will not be streamed, but it will be coming up. I'll try to announce a date for that next time I stream. We've still got East 2. That also has to be on stream. And of the goals remaining, there are 2 goals we could meet that would take place on stream. There's chat chooses a new emote, which is where chat comes up with ideas for emotes, and then we take a vote and see which emote idea wins. And then that will be made into a new emote. And at 600 subs, we have Sonic the Hedgehog 2006 on very hard difficulty, which I will remind you is a DLC for some reason. And so, if I reach the Sonic 06 goal, that will happen on stream during the subathon. The Forbidden Toggle, if we meet that goal, it'll probably happen, like, right away. Like, as soon as it's met. Anything past that point is for future streams, which will take place, you know, after the subathon is over. The subathon will end up being capped off with either East 2, or if we get there, Sonic the Hedgehog 2006. Oh, you want to see me turn evil? I can turn evil. I can always turn evil. So, that is a reminder of what is left. Beyond that, you know, since the subathon is still in progress, you can still contribute. The number is down there. It'll be at the bottom of the screen for this entire stream, including while we're doing the time travel tier list. Thank you, Marionette. Because, as you can see, the way it works, the number will go up by 1 for every 1 sub, 300 bits, or $3. Because, you know, that all roughly works out to the amount of one sub. Is that from kicking vending machines a lot and stealing a suitcase full of money? Well, my fan base did name themselves the Nyafia. Although I also really liked the runner-up, Sarah Dean. And so I've been using that one as well. Like, I think they're both canon. Thank you for the 300 bits. I am humbled. I am going to check some technical things over here. So just give me a couple minutes, okay? So, what's everyone been playing recently? In my own case, there is that, there's the new Vampire Survivors DLC. I've checked that out, and happy to report that it is actually quite good. I don't know why I thought this, but when I was first thinking about the whole Contra DLC thing for Vampire Survivors, I thought, okay, but how is this going to work? How is this going to mesh? And it's very funny because, it's very funny because, like, it should be obvious that Contra is a very good fit for Vampire Survivors, right? If anything, it's a perfect fit for Vampire Survivors. Why did I ever think it wouldn't be? It is a mystery. It's a mystery. Well, apparently Castlevania was instead reserved for Dead by Daylight because it seems that it's getting Castlevania DLC. Ooh. It feels like Konami will do everything for Castlevania except let somebody make a new game. I don't think there's anything controversial about saying that, right? Because it's just facts. They will gladly license out any of their properties for somebody to make a game, but for Castlevania, they're like, you know what? We'll let you make a DLC, but we're not making any Castlevania games. Wistful sigh. Bloodstained. Some people were saying that they added me in that update. Is that true? Is that true? On the flip side, I've heard that the new costumes they added are regrettably like equipment that you have to get and evolve and everything, and like I don't know. I don't think that was the right way to implement something like that, honestly. I don't think it should be equipment. I think it should be entirely cosmetic. But, you know, that's just like my opinion, man. Hey, Fernea. How's it going? How you doing? You doing good? Yeah, see, Marionette, that's what I'm concerned about with something like that. It shouldn't be equipment, honestly. enough of this Metal Gear song. Oh heck yeah, sensation. Sorry. So yeah, that's one thing that I've been up to. The Contra DLC. Definitely one of the better things to be released recently. You know what's not so great? The patch they did for Fallout 4. Why would you put out a supposed next-gen update for a game and basically just implement more bugs and not even improve anything graphical for PC while still calling it the next-gen update? In fact, Fallout 4 has a long-standing bug where it will crash if certain things happen with weapon debris and you're using an RTX video card. And guess what the most popular kind of video card is right now? So that's unfortunate. Anyway, I've got this. Got this screen here for us to start rating. And why do I keep looking over there just to read chat? I am going to be taking suggestions. We are going to be casually talking along the way. And we'll be making this tier list of time travel media. Some of you may or may not know. I am big on time travel media. I really enjoy time travel media. Some of my favorite things are time travel media. And so, you know. Most of you probably know one piece of time travel media that I think is really good is Steins Gate. Why don't I zoom this in a little? Make this bigger. Diablo likes. I really liked Diablo 1. When it comes to Steins Gate, I feel like basically everything about it is just impeccable. You've got a great protagonist who is both relatable and has a very vivid personality at the same time. You've got multiple kinds of time travel, many different situations and conundrums. And basically every single character is likable, except the ones that are just there to be brief villains. And otherwise, even, you know, so-called villains are sympathetic. In general, I just think it's an impeccable thing, period. For good reason, Steins Gate is one of the most popular anime ever made. But I also think the visual novel is really, really good. And is one of my favorite games. And if you disagree, you can fight me. So, it's time for me to start looking up other things so that I can grab them and put them in this here tier list. For example, this one's a classic. You all know it. You all know what it is. This is Back to the Future. The first Back to the Future. Now, as time travel stories go, I am going to currently put this here an A. I get the feeling that a lot of rearranging is going to happen as we go along. One thing I want to emphasize is, in rating a tier list like this, I am not rating it purely by how much I like it, although that is a huge factor. Because there will be things that go on this list that are great stories that I really love, but that do not have good time travel. And so that will cost them a bit. It makes sense, right? If you're rating time travel media, you have to rate them as time travel media. Terminator. Oh man. With every entry into that franchise, the time travel becomes more of an issue. Hey Sheriff, thank you for resubscribing! The Steins Gate visual novel is very much worth it. And how can I put it? Sure, there's Elite, which gives you basically the anime, but in form of... Oh my god, thank you Anonymous for 10 gift subs! Everyone enjoy your emotes. Anyway, there is Steins Gate Elite, which basically gives you the anime and a visual novel at the same time, right? The thing is, Steins Gate Elite has the limitation of being that. Quite a bit of details and quite a few scenes are cut because they weren't animated. So personally, I just like the original the most. You've got a brilliant art style that you will not find in the anime, even though the anime looks great. It does, but how can I even put it? Honestly, whoops, that's the wrong browser to open a new tab in. Let me just, I'm going to... pull up a piece of artwork just so I can show you this kind of thing. I was wondering where this file saved, and then I realized I forgot to save it. Oops. So, the official artist of Steins Gate makes really beautiful art with a very interesting sense of texture to it. And it is an art style that I really adore. I've been asked a couple times if I could have my model made by anyone. Who would it be? And of course, if it were absolutely anyone, it wouldn't be Huke. Because my favorite Japanese artist of repute is Satoshi Urushihara. So that would be my first choice, but if it's somebody who's already made a model, it would absolutely be Huke. Or is it Hyuk? I have actually never checked how their name is supposed to be pronounced. So, I haven't elaborated on Back to the Future yet. Yeah, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? So, Back to the Future was probably my favorite movie as a kid. And that's probably why I love time travel so much, is as a kid, I just would not stop watching Back to the Future. So there'd be Back to the Future on Monday, Back to the Future on Tuesday, on Wednesday, on Thursday. You know, I probably drove my family nuts. They probably knew every single line in the movie because they had heard it so darn much. I had the VHS set of the 3 Back to the Futures, and I probably watched the first one the most. Back to the Future NES. Oh man. I rented that game like 3 times. Tried so hard to enjoy that game. Oh, thank you for the raid! Hello, Aya. How are you doing? What were you up to? Rabbit and Steel. Nice. Man, I still haven't played it. I was completely captivated when I tried it at MagFest, though. I bought it already, I just haven't gotten around to it yet. It's definitely a good game. So, I am over here trying to create a time travel media tier list. I'm doing this very bit by bit because, at first at least, I feel like I'm going to be talking a lot about the why of my decisions. But we're going to be here for quite a while, so I get the feeling there's going to be quite a bit of stuff, you know? So, since I already put Back to the Future 1 on here, I've obviously got to put Back to the Future 2 on here. So, Back to the Future 2. Honestly, probably also tier A. In the Back to the Future movies, particularly the first 2, the time travel is good, overall. We even get an explanation of the most common form of time travel in the second movie. Like, Doc Brown actually gets out Blackboard in his dilapidated house in the bad future, Biff Tannen's future, and explains how branching timelines work, as well as how snapping back to the original timeline. Should I? Yeah. Yeah, I should. Hold on. Wow, that's totally unreadable. I need to make that bigger. Hold on. By 220. Off that scaling. There, that's better. So I think that naturally, the Back to the Future films just made sure that I was hopelessly in love with time travel. But I've also seen them a million times. I think they're extremely solid. I think they are very, very enjoyable and very funny. It's possible that the first movie might get bumped up to the S tier as I keep thinking about things. We'll see. What do you guys think of Back to the Future? And then there's Back to the Future 3. Thing is, Back to the Future 3 is a pretty good movie, but I gotta be honest. Was that a car? Oh, whatever. It's just not as good as the others, but I will explain. Back to the Future 3 is a good Western. It has good feelings and general vibes. The time travel that you see in the ending of Back to the Future 3 is problematic for multiple reasons, including the fact that Doc Brown seems to have forgotten all of his own rules. And basically everything in Back to the Future 3 is a callback to something in Back to the Future 1 and 2. Back to the Future 1 is known for never wasting anything that it shows you. Everything that comes up again later. In a way, Back to the Future 3 feels like an echo of that. But, you know, the fact is, it's not really doing anything original aside from being a Western. That's what I think. I really enjoy a lot of things about it. And my grandfather was absolutely obsessed with everything Western. Huge fan of John Wayne and Clint Eastwood. I'm sure that it had to have been my grandfather's favorite. And as a kid, I think it might have been my favorite too. Like, if we're being honest. Probably my favorite. When I was a kid. You saw the TV edits? Oh no. I don't know, that sounds funny to me. Holy jeez. I had the VHS tapes, and those were not edited in that way. But Back to the Future 1 had the edits made to the ending where it says to be continued and everything. And I kinda wish it didn't. Oh, what's that for Naya? I'd be curious to know. Okay, so I'm pulling up more of the low-hanging fruit here. The stuff everybody is anticipating. Oh, that line at the bottom? That's just some bad scaling. Don't worry about it. Oh, wait. Genuinely better than the original line. That kind of line. Okay. Sorry, I was looking at posters. That son of a butthead. Okay, you know what? That is good. That is good. I love that. Okay, now everybody's probably waiting with bated breath as to how I'm gonna rate these. Because Terminator, a franchise that is another well-known time travel set of stories. I gotta get it out of the way. You knew that was going there, right? I probably don't need to explain why Terminator 3 goes there. We don't have a F tier? How do I add another tier? From... No. Well, that doesn't look right. Okay, so... yeah. Of course, it goes right down there. I'm sorry. Maybe some of you might like Terminator 3. If you do, I get it. But the thing is, that movie feels like a parody. It feels like satire of Terminator. And also, you have that scene early on where the Terminator makes her boobs bigger. What is up with that scene? Like, understandable, but it's so dumb. I can never get over the fact that that is an actual scene in the movie and not from like a scary movie type of thing, you know? Don't get me wrong, I love boobs. I'm not ashamed to say it, but... You get me, right? I know you get me. And then, as far as Terminator goes, we've got this movie here. You guys know it, right? Terminator Genesis. Who here has actually seen Terminator Genesis? Did any of you see it in theaters when it was new? I did. I saw Terminator Genesis in theaters when it was new. So, Terminator Genesis... I thought it was very funny. I thought it was very funny. I couldn't take it seriously at all. And probably for the best, right? Probably for the best that I couldn't take it seriously. It gets an F. But if you don't take it seriously, I think it's very enjoyable for the wrong reasons. Because I think they set out to make a serious Terminator movie. And they didn't. They didn't. It is absolutely satire, whether it meant to be or not. It is self-parody. And yet it has so many small touches, so many little nods, so many continuity nods. Like, I want to like Terminator Genesis. I want to. But it is just not a good film. And it goes completely off the rails after the first half, like and Jerry was saying. It just goes completely off the rails. There is some pretty interesting stuff in there. There's the pieces of what could be something good. So, the ones that everybody anticipates me looking at, I should be looking at, right? I can probably put this over my avatar. It's fine. Since I need it transparent like this anyway. I never watched the TV series. And because it's a long TV series of that kind of nature, I don't think I would be able to rate it without having seen it. There are some things, quite a few things in fact, that I think I will be able to look at some stuff about it and go, okay, here's the rating. And we're going to be doing that, but not the Sarah Connor Chronicles. Man, I've been watching too much Doctor Who. Whenever I say the name Sarah, I immediately want to follow it with Jane. Captions, buddy, are you okay? You're slow. I've heard good things about Sarah Connor Chronicles. Now, Terminator 1. Honestly, it's not a bad movie. It's a good movie. The time travel aspect of it, somewhat compelling, but largely not super important to the plot somehow. It's a great action movie as well. For that reason, I think I'll put Terminator 1 under B. Would you guys say that's pretty fair? And like, again, you know, I enjoy that movie. For the most part, I'm not going to be knocking things on this list as much as I have Terminator 3 or, heaven forbid, Terminator Genesis. Not a whole lot of stuff is going to get that kind of rating. Yeah. The thing is, like I said, I'm rating these things both in regards to how good they are and in regards to how they are as a time travel work. Terminator 3 on the GameCube is fun. I guess Masumi will be finding out. Masumi does this GameCube project. She's playing through all GameCube games, which is a huge undertaking. Terminator 2. It's an A, in my opinion. The aspect of the time travel, even though it's not constantly present in the story and it's just backstory for the most part, is compelling. And in general, I feel like the film knows what it is more than Terminator 1 did. Terminator 1 is more of a thriller. Terminator 2 has its own unique character. I think that's when the Terminator franchise decided what it wanted to be, beyond just being an action film in the general sense. And all of the expectations that Terminator 2 defies, even when it was new, if you had seen a trailer for it, you probably figured out the main plot points that were going to be dropped as sort of a surprise, but I think that it all works well. And the fact that it's such a good movie just bumps it up. However, again, this is more because the way the time travel and the backstory is handled is compelling, and the way that there are other nods to the matter of the timeline. For example, Sarah's recurring nightmare about the end of the world. And all of the information that we get about Skynet in the film as well. Even without a lot of time travel happening in the film, you get a lot of sense of what happened why. So, we've got one more Terminator film here. You might be wondering where Salvation is. Salvation, I don't think it belongs. I don't feel like Terminator Salvation is time travel. But we've got Dark Fate here. And you might be wondering, where would Dark Fate end up? Where does it go? Honestly, I give Dark Fate a solid B. It's kind of a low B, but I would feel wrong giving it a C, so that tells me B is where it belongs. You see, Terminator Dark Fate continues plot lines from Terminator 2, and in general... Oh, excuse me. Sorry, I had to reply to a work message, and those always take priority. Because the No More Heroes patch came out, obviously, there's been a lot going on. Anyway, Dark Fate. Dark Fate itself does not involve that much time travel. This is part of why I'm a little reluctant to put it in B. But there is important aspects of the story that relate to time travel, and notably, we get to see a Terminator who has just been hanging around since they were abandoned. I think that Schwarzenegger's character in Dark Fate is underrated because it is a Terminator that was left completely detached for a very extended period of time after it had accomplished its job. Like, yeah, it sucks that they killed John in the opening of the movie, but as a result of that, the entire story carries a very different weight to it. And I think in that regard, it is actually a good film. Not the best film, but I give it a low B. Thank you for the hydration reminder. Wow, what the heck face was my avatar making there? That was interesting. By the way, I don't know how many of you have ever seen this particular poster for Dark Fate, but I like how reserved this poster is, how it doesn't go super far into stylization and everything. It's subtle. It works. That was not the poster used primarily for the film, but I thought it was interesting. Hey, Saladin, how you doing? Oh, excuse me, I didn't mean to burp. I always feel so ashamed when I burp on stream. It's embarrassing. Oh, it's embarrassing. That's how I feel. So, I've gotten some of the most obvious stuff out of the way. I'd like to ask you guys now for some of the time travel media you'd like to see me rate. Obviously, I'm going to be bringing up more stuff of my own as well, but I don't want to completely... how to put it? I don't want to put everything in one bag. Okay. See? I'm going to be going through these suggestions. So just give me a moment here. Tales of Fantasia. Tenchi Muyo in love. That you just completely blindsided me there. So I'd like to talk a little bit about Tales of Fantasia, because this is a game very dear to my heart, actually. I own an import PS1 copy of Tales of Fantasia. So, Tales of Fantasia is an RPG in the Tales series, the excellent Tales series. But it is one of the only ones that involves any form of time travel. It's not the only one. There actually are other Tales games that involve time travel. But it was the original Tales game. There's a lot to unpack when it comes to the developmental history of Tales of Fantasia. It originated as a novel called Tale Fantasia. And pretty much everything from that novel did not make it into the game. The Super Nintendo version of Tales of Fantasia is notable for being incomplete, like visibly incomplete. There is stuff that just goes nowhere, stuff that ends abruptly, and some of the characters have different sprite designs than their actual art design, because it is an older design of their character. There's also remnants of various things that just weren't finished. Team Wolf ended up leaving over it because they did not want to keep working with Namco after what they perceived as a slight, because Tales of Fantasia was cut down so much. I have no particular opinion on this, but the original plan for Tales of Fantasia was so ambitious, I'm not sure you could have done it. Now, in terms of actual time travel, Tales of Fantasia gives us several different time periods that we explore, and they are all meaningful. In fact, the least developed time period is actually the present. You don't spend much time there, but the past and the future, they are both highly developed time periods with a lot to do and a lot of differences between them. The story is good, the characters are compelling. I give Tales of Fantasia an A. Sort of Marionette, there are websites, mostly in Japanese. I have at least one of them bookmarked somewhere. It's been ages since I read through that stuff, though. It's been a very long time. By the way, if you're wondering, my favorite Tales game is Tales of Eternia, but I think that Fantasia and Symphonia are both amazing games. So, let's see. Looper. That's the film, right? There's not some other Looper that I'm not thinking of? And if you guys could slow down on the suggestions now, that'd be good, because I'm clearly not getting through this stuff super fast. But I won't be giving as detailed of explanations for a lot of this stuff, because some of it I have not personally experienced the same way. So, Looper. I haven't personally seen this, oddly enough. Actually, I feel like I've caught part of it before on TV. My impression... Consume. For a moment, I thought that was a demand. Looper is similar to a bunch of other time travel movies out there. In terms of there being a lot of movies out there about someone being sent through time as a killer for whatever reason, in many cases, many different somethings. Man, yeah, he kind of did, didn't he? That's kind of weird to think about. Like, I haven't heard about him in ages. One thing I do think is funny about this movie, though, I do not think that these two look anything alike. So I think what happened here is clearly Joe had some work done between the present and the future. I am still taking suggestions, I just don't want them to be many of them, because like there's not going to be a lot I can definitely clearly rate when it comes to stuff that I haven't personally seen or played or etc., but it depends. Because some time travel media I haven't experienced personally, but I know a lot about. Hey, Elspector, how's it going? Hmm. I feel like Looper is one of those that I don't know enough about. Did I just change that row instead? Oops. The way this works is not very clear. That doesn't look good. There, that's better. Oh, I still have the art up. I just kind of left it there, huh? I get the feeling that this is probably a movie I'm going to enjoy checking out, yeah. I'm sorry that I have to put it in unsure. I get the feeling that it is probably at least a B. And like I said, some stuff that I haven't seen or watched I'm going to be able to rate, and some I'm not. We'll see. Ocarina of Time. Now, that one won't be difficult. I wonder how you guys are going to feel about it. For me personally, Ocarina of Time is going to end up in B. But do you know why? I think that as time travel media, Ocarina of Time is excellent. But I'm not a big fan of the game itself. If I were a fan of the game, I assume that it would be an A. But because I'm not, I think it gets demoted to B. Obviously, a good game. Obviously, very good when it comes to time travel. Because you have two different time periods that you get to time travel through a lot. In that regard, like, what can I say? And I'm just gonna get this out of the way. Because I'm already right here. And I doubt anyone is really going to call me out on this. B. They're both B. In this case, though, it's because even though I think that they are good games that I personally do enjoy, and the time travel is still good in them, they just aren't. They aren't masterpieces. Ocarina of Time is clearly a masterpiece, even though it's not for me so much. Ocarina of Time would be an A if I was a fan of it. Yeah, I know it's weird to put seasons in there, but it is. It is time travel, just not the same kind. We will have some outliers here that are kind of debatable, right? So, what have we got here next? Time Traveler's Wife. Oh. This is a really interesting one. This is an interesting one. I mean, I guess Majora's Mask is a time travel game, technically, yes. Anyway, the Time Traveler's Wife. Some of you may not know this one. The main conceit of it is that the main character, Henry, has a genetic disorder that causes him to time travel at unpredictable moments. He doesn't know where he'll end up, he doesn't know when he will time travel, and what makes this interesting is it's a love story between him and his wife. There are some aspects about this that are a little... I don't know. But in general, it is fascinating. I think that Time Traveler's Wife is an interesting story. I've never actually read the novel, but there is a TV series and also a film, and I've seen those. Essentially, I think that the time travel aspect of it is handled in a very interesting way. And the ending, I won't spoil it, but it's a very compelling ending to me. Overall, I think I would give the Time Traveler's Wife a B as well, which is becoming the most popular category so far, but we're not going to see just Bs. So, this was brought up, Majora's Mask. Majora's Mask is a D, because the time travel aspect of it is not that great. And I'm also not a fan of Majora's Mask. In fact, I consider it to be somewhat off-putting. I'm always the kind of person who respects the value that a game has to others, even if I don't personally enjoy it that much. I am able to, on some more objective level, see the quality of the game, even if it's not for me. But Majora's Mask, technically time travel, and, you know, you're looping. You're doing the same thing over and over, trying to get the best result. But... see, the thing is, idiocracy does count. If there was time travel of some kind, even if it's technically a funny kind, like you were frozen for a long period of time. That is time travel for the sake of this. Because for one of the characters, it is essentially the same as time travel. Does that make sense? I'm sure that it does. I didn't mean to put Time Traveler's Wife on there again. Come on. How do I get rid of one of these? I guess I just don't. I really wonder why there isn't a simple way to just delete something here. Unless there is. Apparently doing that was not good. Oh no! Whatever, we can do it again, that's fine. I know where I put everything. That's not right. That's not right. I've got to fix the list. This is the F tier. This is the unsure tier. Rate my tier lists time travel. Okay, you guys have got me there. You got me there. Man, is this right? Something else was in B tier. Why is this Dark Fate poster here? This isn't supposed to be here. I think it's very funny how you can't just delete something. There's no option to just delete something. Where did I put Time Traveler's Wife? That's right. Now, Chrono Trigger. Hey, Objective Binary. Chrono Trigger belongs in S to me. I know this stuff gets memed about a lot. For better or worse. Chrono Trigger is an absolutely excellent game. And it is a very well-made time travel story as well. The thing is, I think Chrono Trigger gets a bad rap in some crowds nowadays because there are absolutely unbearable Chrono Trigger fans out there who don't want to play anything if it's not like Chrono Trigger. I'm not just imagining that, am I? That's a thing. I'm pretty sure that's a thing. Yeah, it's certainly not the only one. It's unfortunate that hype aversion is also a thing that affects some people. Chrono Trigger is something that I love greatly. For me, my memories of Chrono Trigger, the first time I ever heard about it was in Nintendo Power. And I was basically in love with it before I had ever seen more than stuff from Nintendo Power about it. As soon as the game came out, I got it immediately, despite the fact that it costed like $100. And, you know, great characters, great story, great world, great music. There isn't much about Chrono Trigger that isn't good, and it also doesn't overstay its welcome, like so many games do. Yeah, people forget that some games back then costed $100. They're like, what? And bear in mind that is by the prices of the time. Like, we're not talking in today's money, we're talking in then. Yeah, it's starting to feel like we're getting back to that point. So, the next one that came up was Sonic CD, I guess. Those sunglasses are just going to be there for the rest of the stream. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Sonic CD. You guys are probably going, oh, that's Sarah's favorite Sonic game. Oh, these sunglasses. Right here. So the thing is, I do love Sonic CD. I think a lot of how it's handled as a time travel story is fantastic. In so much as the game mechanic is really cool. Realistically, you don't get to do that much with the time travel. Exploring each of the, exploring each part. Wow, words have failed me. Each time zone in each zone is really interesting. But I don't think I can give Sonic CD more than a B. Because even though it is a great game, I feel that the time travel could be a lot better, and it has no bearing whatsoever on the story. Even if you make a good future, it doesn't really affect the story either. I think that if Sonic CD had more of a story to it, and if it was handled just a little bit better, then I would put this in A. Again, it's a game I love, so let that be some indication of how I am approaching this list, and that it's not just a list of things Sarah likes. Okay? The next one that was suggested is an Action 52 title. Time? So, I'm sorry. This is just so funny to me. This is just so funny to me. But I'm sure you already know. It's an F. It was always going to be an F. Oh, my face hurts from thinking about this, though. Time Warp Tickers. It's from the NES version of Action 52. You play as human hands, basically. Putting Majora's Mask at anything but the top of the list if I tried to summon the wrath of the internet. Let them come. I will beat them down with a shovel. What's the matter, Finea? Well, I didn't mean anything by it except that, like, I don't care that people might be that way about things. My opinions are my opinions. I'm sticking to it. That's all I mean. Man, this gray line at the bottom is bothering me. There, that's better. So, yeah, I do have a lot on my plate, but I am going to be happy to approach tons and tons of things here. Even though I know that a lot of my choices are going to make people unreasonably upset. But it wouldn't be a good tier list if that weren't the case, right? Inuyasha. If there are any of you who don't know Inuyasha, Inuyasha is by Rumiko and involves a main character from then present day going back in time to a time of well, much more fantastical characters. It's a good series, but I never really vibed with it that much. The time travel stuff played more as a joke than anything else, I think. Not that it's like badly done. It's not. And as somebody who loves Ranma and other Rumiko works, I think that Inuyasha is good, but I don't think it's a good time travel story either. Because it's more like an isekai, as Renee is saying here, even though it is time travel. I would give Inuyasha a C. Maybe even a D, but I'm feeling generous to it, so I will give it a C. Again, it isn't just about how much I like or don't like the series. Yeah. I feel like most of Rumiko's stuff is not that compelling for a very long period of time. And that the series that do well, that do best for her, are the ones that are not too serious in general. Ranma works extremely well because it's basically just a very long running gag. I'm sure that makes sense. And yeah, the animes does suffer from filter. Sorry, did I say filter? I said filter. What? I mean, that's funny though that I said that. Yeah, I am learning to speak again after not doing that because I haven't been streaming. Too busy releasing the No More Heroes patch. I think this is already the longest I've ever gone in a stream that is mostly chatting without somebody else here. You know? Yeah, I've been sick for a while, but I think I'm doing better. So on the list was Outer Wilds. Sadly, I think that I have to put Outer Wilds in the unsure category by default, however. Because this is something that, like, I think I want to experience for myself and not learn much about, but I haven't. I haven't played it. So this is something that I would be able to give a better rating to someday, but not yet. Time loops do count, though. I want that to be clear. Star Trek 4. So, you know how I mentioned that I watched Back to the Future over and over and over again?
Where's that damn fourth Chaos Emerald?
I don't know, where is it? So, it's not the only thing that I watched over and over again. I was a big Star Trek fan, and the one I watched over and over again was Star Trek 4. Go figure, right? It just happened to be the one that I kept watching again and again and again. Star Trek 4 is a story of the original Enterprise crew ending up in a time way before their own on a quest to discover, well, basically the Song of the Whales, so that they can bring it back to their time in order to stop a catastrophe from occurring. And it's basically a fish out of water story for the entire Enterprise crew. And it has very compelling characters. And, you know, like, most of the characters are from the future in a time that is not their own. Part of me is very tempted to put this in A, but I think that it is a B. A B that I really like. I think that it is a very good film, though, and if you like the crew of the Enterprise, if you like the original series Star Trek, watch this movie if you haven't. It is a really good movie, and it stands well on its own, even if you haven't seen the prior films. Now, I was also asked about Star Trek 2009. J.J. Abrams' Star Trek. So, this was a movie that I think I saw opening day. I'm not positive on that, but I think I did. Fairly sure that I did. I didn't hate it. And, in fact, I was probably one of the people who saw the second film in the series way more favorably than most did. Although my opinion of that one has somewhat soured over time, but not severely. I thought it was surprisingly good for what it was. But for Star Trek 2009 itself, essentially an origin story. Not that much in terms of time travel. It's more like dimensional travel. I think Into Darkness is... I liked it at the time. Now I wouldn't say that I hate it. I don't think it's bad. I think it's kind of, sacrilegious? Like, it commits some horrible, horrible sins as far as the franchise is concerned, but I think taken simply as an experience, it's kind of enjoyable. And I enjoyed a lot of the reversals that they did. Yeah, a really well-made movie that does pretty much everything wrong. That's a great way of putting it in Jerryu. Like, it's not a bad film, but it's incredibly sacrilegious as far as Star Trek is concerned. But anyway, we are rating 2009, and I do not think it's a good time travel story, but I think it is an enjoyable action film. I would put it under D. The time travel aspects are not really relevant, and they don't add much of anything to the film. In fact, I believe that you could take out all of the time travel and dimensional travel from the film and basically be left with the exact same film. I do not think it would change a single thing. I do not think it would add or subtract any sort of weight. You get me? Like, it's a decent movie, just, you know? I keep smelling food. I think that's what I'm smelling. It smells like somebody slightly burnt some bread. Maybe the Persona 3 staff is downstairs burning bread. Stranger things have happened. Do I smell what Roto's cooking? I don't know if Roto is cooking or not. It's usually safe to assume that Roto is either cooking or eating at any given time. But you never know. How's it going, Ed? I know you've been in here since the start, but, you know, how's it going? It's good to see you. Let's see. One of the films listed here is Clock Stoppers. The film Clock Stoppers. How many of you have actually seen Clock Stoppers? So, Clock Stoppers was directed by Jonathan Frakes, and the way it works, it's not technically time travel. Not technically. It's effectively time travel, but it's not actually time travel. This was a kids' film. I think a Nickelodeon film? And basically the way it works is it makes it, the devices that are supposed to stop time in clock stoppers basically just make the person using them into the Flash. So it's not that time has actually stopped, it's that it has effectively stopped for them, but they are just moving extremely fast. So I'll be extremely generous to this film and give it a D. It does not deserve a D. It is a D-. Because this is not a good film, and its time travel aspects are also not very good, but it's kind of a little charming. Kind of, a little. I'm being very generous to it. And like, the fact that I was even reminded that it existed. Man. Man. Like, there's enough small bits of good in it to get it up to D somehow. Oh my god. I am so sorry. That was... Let's pretend that didn't happen. Okay, so... No, I am not Fang. Fang is much cuter. Fang temporarily possessed me. Okay, so Ghost Trick. Ghost Trick is something you can't talk much about without spoiling major plot points, but one of the main conceits of it is that you are a ghost with ghost powers. And effectively, you can travel back 5 minutes before someone's death and help them avert their terrible fate, their dark fate. Now, Ghost Trick is not hard for me to rate. 4 minutes. Did I round up? Did I round up to 5? It's 4 minutes. And so, main character Sissel can travel between objects and use Sissel's ghost tricks in order to perform various things in each situation, such as controlling a crane to make it swing back and forth, or controlling a bed to make it unfold, or controlling a donut to make it hop out of a bowl and roll across the floor a little bit. This is absolutely a time travel story. And it is a very good one. I think I will give Ghost Trick an A, but I will not talk much about it. I can't talk much about Ghost Trick without, you know. Ghost Trick, however, is something that I would absolutely recommend that people play. So, let's see. How's everyone feeling, by the way? How's everyone feeling? Oh, that's interesting. Just discovered something odd about my bot. Huh. My bot. Wow, it really thinks bot is butt, huh? Wow.
Everything must.
Meow. How's it going, Dan? Well, Masumi, obviously you are deeply upset that Majora's Mask is in D, right? That's obviously it. So, what was next? I think next was Red Alert 3. I know I've probably skipped a couple things here and there. I apologize. I can't get to absolutely everything. I'll get to as much as I can. Red Alert 3. It uses time travel in an interesting way as a plot device. Not really a story mechanic. A gameplay mechanic, not a gameplay mechanic. That's what I meant to say. Essentially, things get changed a couple different times during the course of the story as a result of time travel. But not hugely a time travel game. Still a very good game. I would probably place Red Alert 3. I'll generously put it in B tier. But it could be C. It's like high C, low B. So, another one that was mentioned is Idiocracy. Idiocracy is probably the best movie made that is accidentally about eugenics. What a thing to say, right? Essentially, the time travel in Idiocracy is a result of the main character being cryogenically frozen for a very long time, wakes up and discovers that the world has completely gone to butts. And what's worse, they are watering their crops with what is essentially Mountain Dew, and it is not helping anything. Yeah, I know, but it's more funny to compare it to Mountain Dew, to me personally. I know it's Gatorade. Because, you know, it's also, like, green themed, right? So it's Mountain Dew to me. As a time travel film, Idiocracy isn't doing much. However, the main character is constantly in search of a time machine to get back to his own time. Essentially, not really much of a time travel movie, but it gets by on technicality. And because it's an enjoyable watch in general, I would say it is a C. Most of this is because of the quality of the film. In terms of time travel quality, the movie is at best a D. I'm sure you guys understand. Let's see. Scrolling, scrolling, scrolling. Encino Man. Good movie. Good fish out of water story. Obviously, similar to Idiocracy, it's a time travel story, but it's not really a time travel story. In the case of Encino Man, I'm gonna give it a D. I'm glad that people have a lot of suggestions, honestly. Is Idiocracy an isekai? It's not a different world, so no. But like Inuyasha, it feels like it might as well be an isekai. Hmm. Is Planet of the Apes a time travel story? That's a really interesting question. Like, I guess it technically is. It's just on a very, very odd level, right? And of course, the sequels don't count. Besides 3, I guess. I hate every ape I see from Chimpan A to Chimpanzee. Oh my god. I'm imagining that in Charlton Heston's voice right now. Does Chrono Cross count as time travel media? Somebody asked along the way. No. Yeah, what Patchy said. There is no remarkable time travel in Chrono Cross. By the way, we're at 536 subs. I'd like to remind you guys where we are sitting on the actual sheet. At 550, we get Chat chooses a new emote. At 600, we get Sonic 06. Anyway, I am going to temporarily discard the rest of the suggestions for my own sanity because I've been scrolled up in chat for so long, and return to doing some of my own for a little bit. Now, I've decided what I'm going to do here about something that people have brought up. Namely, I am going to rate Doctor Who. However, I'm going to do this in a different way. So, we are going to get kind of deep into Doctor Who ranking. And I think that's going to be interesting. You just have to give me a little time to get set up for it. Now, I'm only going to rate up to the 12th and 13th Doctors. I'm not going to rate past 13 because I don't think it's fair yet. I'm sure you guys understand that as well. However, I do have the qualification to be doing this because I have seen all of Classic. I realize how insane that must sound. But it's true. Your favorite is the first Doctor? To me, that's acceptable. I'm sure to a lot of people it's not. Thank you for the follow. So, welcome. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. So, with that out of the way, observe. Why are these out of order? That's gonna bother me. Where'd 9 go? Where did 9 go? I'm sure I saved the image of 9. Where did he go? Apparently the file that I saved for the 9th Doctor's image was a completely unacceptable format that I've never heard of. Literally never heard of. You ever hear of a JPEG XL? You ever heard of a JPEG XL? Because I haven't. So we'll just have to take something less matched up for the 9th Doctor. This is fan art. Whatever. It's acceptable. The first Doctor was William Hartnell. He was kind of rough around the edges, gradually warmed up as the story went on. He had some very memorable companions. The song I'm tired of. I'm of the opinion that Ian Chesterton is one of the best Doctor Who companions of all time. Largely, Hartnell's seasons were a little split between traveling to different worlds in far out times, and you use BritBox. BritBox has the surviving episodes, as well as audio and cinematics of the ones that have been lost. You know, basically slideshows with the audio. Anyway, as far as I'm concerned, most Doctor Who is good in terms of time travel. Yeah, animatics. That. However, my opinion on each season varies wildly. So, I personally actually really like Hartnell. However, most of his stories tend to drag on and are very, very, very long. Most of them are twice as long as they need to be. I would put his stories as a whole under B, I believe. Possibly like a low B, a high C, if we're not being generous, but there are so many memorable things. Who can forget when he went to the planet of the Zarbi and the production crew cared so little that there's even a shot where the Zarbi run into the camera and the camera tilts and you could see part of the studio, and they didn't bother to fix that. Oh. And there's so many funny things about the first Doctor's run as well. Like, Hartnell didn't really care to be there or to memorize things, so he would frequently misremember the names of his co-stars or flub the lines. Like when he famously got Ian's name wrong so often that it became a running joke. And once referred to something like anti-radiation gloves when he was trying to say something else entirely about anti-radiation. There's so many great things. The second Doctor, Patrick Troughton, this is when the series started to really find its identity, I think. And you get a lot of great stories under Troughton. Oddly enough, even though many of his stories run as long as the first Doctor's stories did, in some cases even longer, I feel that there is just something about him that puts him a bit above the rest. And his final story, War Games, it somehow manages to be one of the best Doctor Who stories made, despite the fact that it's something insane like 12 episodes long. It's the only story in Doctor Who history that can be that long and doesn't feel like it's just wasting time. Like, maybe that's an odd opinion, but it is one that I absolutely believe in. Between Terminator and Ghost Trick, Tales of Fantasia. This, right? Jon Pertwee. Jon Pertwee is very interesting as far as actors for the Doctor are concerned. You see, he is, if I'm not mistaken, he was a comedian. But he was essentially told to just play himself instead of playing the role comedically. As a result, you get a lot of absolutely dead serious lines that are delivered that are completely absurd. There's an almost Naked Gun energy to it. And at the same time, Pertwee just delivers the role of the Doctor with such gravitas that I really enjoyed his run. However, I must note, and it is important to note, that he did not travel very often in time or space. He spent basically the entirety of his run grounded until like his final season. However, they introduced the Master during his run, and that was something that really elevated the series as a whole and would become defining of Doctor Who over time. This makes it really tough. Essentially, I love Pertwee. I love his run. But it's not a good time travel story. It's not a good time travel show. I am forced to leave him in the C tier because it simply doesn't work on that level. Tom Baker, everyone knows it's an A. I don't, you know. Peter Davison. Personally, my favorite Doctor. I thought that everything about Davison's run was very, very enjoyable. There's hardly any dull moments to me in Davison's run. There's like one, maybe two stories in Davison's entire run that I didn't think were a banger. Essentially, Davison is S-class for me, and that might be a little biased. But go watch his stories with an open mind. They are so good. And then we come to the other Baker, Colin Baker, often regarded as a clown. I mean, yes, Lamasar, you're completely right. Colin Baker's Doctor is arrogant. Completely and utterly arrogant. He thinks that he is the most important person on the world, no matter what world he's on. He thinks he's the most important person in the galaxy. He thinks he's above the law. He thinks that he is above everything. But he is too good for the situations that he has landed in. He has a couple extremely good stories. Somehow, despite the fact that his character is hard to put up with. I think he did better in audio dramas later on, but during his run, he was really hard to deal with. Now, I think that he was dealt a bad hand, honestly, and they should not have fired him. They should have given him more time to flesh out his doctor, the Sixth Doctor. But, to me, unfortunately, Colin Baker falls under D tier. Again, I think he was dealt a bad hand. I think he's an excellent actor as well. He's just not in the right stories. He's not written to be... He's not written to his strengths. Sylvester McCoy. Now, he is a very interesting doctor. They basically replaced Colin Baker with McCoy because everyone involved at the very top of production decided that Colin Baker and the rest of the crew writing for who at that point were the problem. I don't agree with their assessment. But essentially, they did create a very different era of Doctor Who when they put Sylvester McCoy in there. His Doctor is extremely nuanced. He starts out seeming like one of the most acceptable and normal versions of the Doctor you could possibly see. And it turns out that he has a much darker edge to him. He ends up being one of the most ruthless Doctors. And he causes so much chaos. And his stories are actually quite good. I would say that McCoy's run for me is a B. It could almost be an A. I really like McCoy, but I don't like him more than Hartnell. And then you've got Doctor Who, the movie. So, there's no way to put it nicely. Paul McGann is great in the role. But Doctor Who, the movie, I have to fail it. Because it is not actually a time travel film. Not in so many words. It takes place in present-day London. Present at the time, of course. Or was it America? Man, I only watched that movie last, like, it wasn't that long. But my point is it takes place in the present day, so even though technically there might be some time travel involved, there is no relevance at all in time travel to the story. The Ninth Doctor, Christopher Eccleston. He got one season. I would have to rate Night of the Doctor separately. McGann never got a proper run unless you go with Big Finish. There are some other Doctors that are also not on here, but we are going with the strictest, most mainstream interpretation here. Okay? Anyway, Eccleston. A lot of people probably know about this, but not everyone would know about this. Christopher Eccleston had a lot of problems with the management at BBC, and when he decided that he didn't want to continue on with the program, they screwed him over. They released a statement, air quotes, from him that was not actually his statement at all. He had not written it. He had not gotten to approve it. Nothing. And so that was after he had already endured a very difficult production schedule with some very difficult production staff, many of whom did not continue on with Doctor Who. But the ones that did basically were just seemingly okay with it all. Eccleston's run, however, is pretty strong. It manages to prove the viability of the series once again. And personally, I really like Eccleston. The only reason I can't rate it higher is all of the rough production really shows. Yeah, Jackie, I would. I would. And then we come to the 10th Doctor, Tennant. It's an S. There isn't much bad about Tennant's run at all. It's just through and through enjoyable. And it's for a good reason that so many people adore Tennant.
Skill!
Matt Smith. I feel like Moffat has a very different writing style than anyone who came before him. The 11th Doctor's stories come off as... how can I put it? It feels more like the Doctor is going through theme park attractions, almost. So Matt Smith's run, it's not as memorable as Tennant's run. And sometimes it's very silly. His companions seemingly only exist in terms of their relation to the Doctor. For a bunch of different reasons, I feel I have to dock him a bit. This isn't to say that I don't like him, because I do. But his run of the show, a little weaker. I'm putting it at a C. By Capaldi, I think that Moffat had more of an understanding of what the show should be about, and managed to bring it up to a B. Jodie Whittaker. Great actor, and how she acts as the Doctor, very good. But the stories she has written in are sacrament. I would say that she is a high D. I guess that is what the caption said, isn't it? That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Now, did you know that Peter Cushing played a character called Doctor Who in 2 theatrical films based on episodes, well, stories, serials from the series Doctor Who? I must emphasize, this character is named Doctor Who. The first film, I basically feel like it must have been a script problem. Because clearly the acting is fine, but there's just nothing that stands out much about it. It's a bad retelling of the first Dalek story. I would give it a D. The second film, based on the story where the Daleks invade Earth, F. It's not that it's not trying, but it's a terrible film. And yeah. Oh, you guys want to see me rate The Curse of Fatal Death? I'll rate The Curse of Fatal Death. The Curse of Fatal Death is a very funny one. If you watched it today without any context, you would be forgiven for thinking that this was some YouTube shitpost. The Curse of Fatal Death stars Rowan Atkinson and several other actors as the Doctor. The 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th Doctor. This entire story is a... It's parody. It is self-parody. It was a comic relief special. And it's exceptional. A. If you've never seen it and you like Doctor Who, watch it. It is extremely funny. Some things that happened in it became canon in some capacity. It is also just strange, but in a great way. And it is absolutely time travel. In fact, time travel happens in a Bill and Ted capacity during it. Like, I will remember to set this up. Oh, but because you said that you would set that up, I remember to set this up. That kind of thing happens. And the Master gets sent into a poop sewer that takes, like, I think years to traverse and get out of. Like, 3 times. He falls into it like 3 times and has to traverse it again each time. And all we see is the result of him coming back more upset than before. And older each time. It's so damn funny. And like, even if it's not canon anymore, like, I am so glad that I watched it. I honestly think it deserves that spot in A. Honestly. Exactly, Patchy. Exactly. That's a good way of putting it. Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Easily an A. Easily an A. Extremely funny movie. Brilliant acting from every single person involved, including Abraham Lincoln. And you can't tell me that wasn't just Abraham Lincoln himself. Everything about Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure is very good, except for the fact that they jarringly drop an F slur. But the thing is, you could remove 10 seconds from the film, and that's gone. It had no relevance whatsoever. It was just a gag. And it's weird because the rest of the film has aged perfectly. That's the only part that's aged bad. Very odd. Bill and Ted 2 is not a time travel movie, per se. I will still include it, I guess, because there is some time travel involved. But because it's not really a time travel movie, it's going to be pretty low. I don't dislike Bill and Ted 2. I enjoy it. But it's going to end up at C, I think. It's a weird film, strangely dark, still has an unnecessary single instance of the F slur. And death is great. Problem is, you know, it's not the first movie, and time travel elements are more of an afterthought than anything. Like, not really time travel. Anyway, Bill and Ted 3. It gets higher marks because it is once again an actual time travel movie. And some of the time travel is very funny. Interactions that Bill and Ted have with Bill and Ted are really, really good. And I also enjoy the interactions that Bill and Ted have with Bill and Ted. On the other hand, when they interact with Bill and Ted, it gets a little grating, but I think it's very funny. And it's a good movie. And man, Keanu Reeves looks weird without facial hair nowadays. He looks so weird without facial hair now. Love him though, love his acting. How's everyone feeling? I hope you're feeling good. Here. Give it a hydration reminder, I'll do that. So, they're usually hard to find. This is from Mega Race. Whatever, I'll just use this image. Higurashi. Part of me really wants to rate Higurashi an S, but I feel like I can't. It's gonna go in A. And yes, I do consider it time travel media, and it is. Unless you, like, read a little too deep into Umineko stuff and decide that it has to unilaterally apply to Higurashi. And yeah, I know that it feels weird, but if you've seen or read all of it, you understand why it's there. It's that kind of situation. Another time travel story that is an oddity to have here is Madoka. Thing is, I can't give it as high of a rating as I would like to in terms of time travel rating. One of my favorite shows, but I think the time travel aspects and how they apply to the story brings it down to a B. It's not a core conceit, but it is a time travel story. Most people will not think of Madoka when they think, oh, what are time travel stories that I know, even if they have seen it. Yeah, I can definitely recommend Doctor Who, although I have to warn anyone who intends on watching through all of classic Doctor Who, that is an extremely long watch. Extremely long. And some of those stories really are twice as long as they need to be, which can make it feel like it drags really badly if you watch it in in short order instead of like taking a long time between each episode. And yet the only way that you're going to get through it is if you do that. I would recommend when watching Doctor Who, the classic Doctor Who, to watch in bursts of at most 3 episodes. At most. Try to watch up to 3 episodes of a story, or if it's only 4 episodes, watch 2 at a time. Don't try to watch an entire story unless it's only 3 episodes or less long. That's how I feel about it. Because it'll drag so badly otherwise. Wow. Man, my browser just decided it's not working properly anymore. Ironically, the browser that you guys are looking at is still working fine, but the one I'm actually using is like, nah, I'm not feeling it. You're not feeling it either? Understandable, I guess? Okay, so Lionsgate 0 is a B. Good story. Pretty well implemented if you read the visual novel instead of watching the anime. Not that the anime iteration is bad, but it tries to force a square peg into a star-shaped hole by making everything into one successive story instead of stories that directly contradict and thus could not follow a straight timeline. But as a whole, I would say B. Good, not great. Still Steins Gate, still enjoyable. I was being generous when I put Red Alert there. Where I did. I think I might knock it down. Because the time travel stuff, not super important to it, but it is a good game. That's the difficult part here. Like, Red Alert could go in either of these spots. Oops. Oh yeah, somebody did ask about Tenchi Muyo in Love. Yeah, the fact that it's about time travel is what affects things a lot. Plus, I'm just not a big fan of those games. This is my list, after all. Tenchi Muyo in Love. So, Tenchi Muyo in Love is kinda weak by Tenchi standards. Absolutely is a time travel story in a roundabout way. I think it's a C. I would feel bad putting it in D. But it definitely doesn't deserve above a C. Both on its individual merits and in terms of its time travel aspects, which it is a time travel movie. One way or another, it is. Ugh, my stomach hurts. Oh. Hey Felly, how's it going? Ah man, it's almost 10, huh? Yeah, all time travel media. Which reminds me... that goes there, I think. I'm thinking. Radius 5. And then there's... Nemesis 3, which I really can't give more than a B. Like, it could almost be a C. But those games have some serious problems without mods. The scrolling is painful. Like, physically painful. But that one is also another... Wait, that's a time travel story? If you've never played it, and yet very obviously one of you have. Radiant Historia. This is a case of me rating a game that I haven't personally played. And I will say that in some cases, I'm probably biased more toward things that I have experienced personally than things I have not. But even with that in mind, what I know of Radiant Historia, I think that that probably belongs in B tier. Definitely a game about time travel. Especially about time travel. That's one of the main conceits. And everything I know about the game is that it's pretty good. Like, not the best game ever made, but pretty good. And what I know about the time travel seems that it handles the time travel pretty well. So I feel like I know enough to give it a B. Lost my train of thought. Completely lost my train of thought. Gunbuster is complicated in that situation. Like, it's very much a case of yes, but. I'm going to use the PC Engine Games box for this, because I just think it's a very funny box. Gunbuster is very, very good. It's extremely good, even. But the conceit of time travel with it, at best, puts it at sea. Very good thing. If we were just rating the thing at all, Gunbuster would be S tier. Easily. But as a time travel story, it's a case of technically yes, but I don't think that the time travel is in any way relevant. Many are asking this. I would agree that Gunbuster uses time very well. It's just not a time travel story. And I think that if a story is ostensibly time travel but not really time travel, the best it's going to manage is a C. I know, Felly. I just thought it would be very funny when I say that, you know? Because people keep coming in asking about Chrono because I've never scrolled up that far. I have never scrolled up that far. Again, I really feel a need to emphasize that if I were rating purely in terms of how much I like the work, Gunbuster would easily clear. There would be no question. Yeah, Sonic CD would definitely be higher up in that situation. I don't think I even need to comment on what I just added, do I? No? I thought not. And yeah, if we make it to 600, I will be playing Sonic 06. Basically, Red Blue Fire, I have no idea about Growlancer 6 at all. Okay, calling for suggestions. Fire Emblem Awakening. This is another one where people are going to get a little upset at my biases. Man, would you call Dark Cloud 1 time travel? I don't know. I mean, 2 absolutely is. Why is it so hard to find a clear shot of Fire Emblem Awakening's box? So, Fire Emblem Awakening. The time travel's important, but that game is really not for me. So, Saga 3. I would give Saga 3 an A. First Saga game I ever played. Really loved it. The time travel aspects are very well done, especially for its time. I think it's a very good game with very good time travel, integrated as part of the story. EVO. I don't... The scaling of time in that game is very strange. And it's hard to tell if you're really intended to be... It's in the same boat as Terranigma, I think. In that you are arguably traveling forward in time at several points, but are you really? I'm not sure if I can count them. Like, they're a good point, but I don't know if, like, it's more like time skips because you are technically still there the entire time, right? Dark Cloud 2, aka Dark Chronicle. I would give it a B. Very good game. Significantly better than its predecessor in many ways. Although, having fewer playable characters is a bit of a letdown, and there are certain drags in terms of grinding, but Dark Cloud 2 has a very special place in my heart. I feel comfortable giving it a B. Timeline by Michael. Now that's interesting. You know, in general, I think Michael Crichton is a very good writer. I have never read anything by him that I did not like. I haven't read all of his books. I've read quite a few of them, though. I feel comfortable giving Timeline a high B, low A. It's a very well-made book in Crichton's general style. It feels, to me personally, like it was aimed, kind of at teens, young adults. So it's not as strong as it could be. I think that if Crichton had aimed it at a more mature audience, kind of like Jurassic Park novels, it would probably be an A. Are you guys enjoying this stream? I hope so. I was worried how this would go because I'm not normally... I'm not somebody who's done much in terms of social streams. Hot tub time machine.
I'm interested in this.
So, I've got to give this a C, but think of it as a C plus because, like, this is a very dumb movie. It is not trying to be serious. It is... If anything, it is abjectly silly, and it knows it. And... You know, it's not a great time travel movie. It is a pretty darn good comedy. On the other hand, the sequel, fails. I'm sorry.
Everything must...
How? Star Trek Generations. Star Trek Generations. I don't hate this movie. I think it has problems with a capital P, but I absolutely don't hate it. The time travel aspect of it is important, but not super emphasized. I think I would put it in C. Groundhog Day. A solid B. It could honestly, at an earlier time in my life, have gotten a low A, but it just doesn't. I've seen Groundhog Day so many times. I think I've even watched it on a plane several times. So, gosh. It's hard to have the same feelings for Groundhog Day that I used to have. Like, exactly, JC. It's overplayed, and that affects the rating. Days of Future Past, the comic. B. Specifically, the comic. The film. B. Unfortunately, B. Thank you. I just hope it helps people. I always want to make people happy with what I do. That's why I'm a streamer too, you know? Where in time is Carmen Sandiego? Due to the nature of these games, it is kind of hard to rate them. On the whole, I would say that this is a high C or low B. And I'm putting it in the C category at the moment. By the way, once again, apologies if I don't get, like, every single thing. Because, like, you know, I can't necessarily. And odds are that I will probably, like, end up cutting this stream off, like, in the next half hour to hour. And, like, likely revisiting the idea of doing another tier list for time travel stuff with more stuff on it in the future. But, yeah, Chrono Trigger's up the top. First Contact. It pains me so much to put this here. Because I actually think First Contact is a very good film. And overall, might be the only Next Generation film I particularly like. But the time travel aspect of the film is fairly important outside of the matter of the First Contact itself, and the Borg are the real plot of the film. It pains me so much to put it this low. Kamen Rider Deno. I'm gonna say... this is tough. I would say high B. A high B. A very high B. Because I'm so tempted to put it in A, but I really, really can't. I haven't seen it, but I so want to. It is on my list of things to watch. I have agreed to watch Yaboy Kongming with someone, and I get the feeling it's gonna rule. I'm gonna put it in the unsure category so that I do not forget about it. The thing about Dragon Quest VII is I do not feel qualified to rate it. On the other hand, Dragon Quest XI is it... Whenever Dragon Quest has time travel, is it just too damn long? Dragon Quest XI goes under D for me. I thought it was an enjoyable experience, but it is heavily docked because of its time travel, because it made the game insanely long in a way that I do not think added to it. I think that if the game had just cut it out instead of time travel, it would have been a better game. Maybe that's a hot take. That is my opinion. Yeah, see, the problem is Dragon Quest XI basically makes you play the game 3 times as an excuse to have more game. And, you know, that I think it actively makes the game worse. But I get the impression 7 might not have the same problem. What are some PS1 games with time travel? Army of Darkness. That one is so damn funny to me. Army of Darkness. When I was a kid, it was the only movie in the series that I had seen. And I watched it a whole bunch of times because it was so damn funny. I will give it a B on the merits of how good it is. But, like, it's definitely in the category of, this is so stupid, I love it. Ape Escape is a time travel story? You got my attention. I've never played it, Ape Escape. I never realized it was about time travel. Now that I know that, though, I feel I am able to make some level of judgment on it. The same goes for Crash 3, actually, which I did know was time travel themed. I think Ape Escape is probably a B, right? Like, on the merits of time travel and everything. People keep asking about Endless 8. The embarrassing truth is, I do not remember enough to rate Endless 8 properly. Crash 3, probably a C. I feel like there is a very real chance that we will be revisiting this tier list in the future. I'm not going to be too upset if something ends up being left off, because that gives us more material for a future stream in which I revisit the list, you know? Super Robot Wars Alpha Gaiden. Proto PSO2 is a time travel story. New Genesis isn't, but PSO2 proper just is a time travel story. Until, like, episode 4. Alpha Gaiden. B. I really enjoy the game, but I can't give it more than a B because there are some issues with the game in general that make it, like, way too hard for one thing. And the way the time travel is handled is kind of screwy because it is and isn't time travel. It's also alternate dimension, but it also isn't. It is your dimension, but it isn't. Murph. Of course, the thing is that technically... Shut up, dog outside, shut up! Can you guys hear that? The thing is, Alpha Gaiden, you travel to an alternate future that ends up not being relevant anymore. And is also not the future per se. It's complicated. In that regard, maybe I'll drop Alpha Gaiden. Oh my god. I didn't remember what time slip was. Here we go. Time slip. I'll give this game... I'm sorry, I can't do it. It has to be an F. So, I'm gonna say Time Cop was brought up. First, Time Cop, the game. F. What did you expect? What did you honestly expect? And then there's Time Cop the film, which I will give it a D, but I feel like I could have given it a C. Gradius 5 is in B. What you're seeing in D is Nemesis 3, which is not Gradius 3. It's its own game in the same series. Turtles in Time. Man, is that the one where they go to ancient Japan? I vaguely remember something absurd like that. So, Turtles in Time. Arcade version, it's a C. Super Nintendo version, I'll give it a B. Man, fatigue is starting to get me. Okay, so... Seventh Saga. B. However, Elnard? C. Like, I would defy somebody to object to me putting Elnard a tier above Seventh Saga. I'm sure that those who understand are like, yeah, that makes sense. It's over, not under. It's over. Man, what is that from? Inuyasha is at, C. Actually, one of the first ones rated. It's not that Inuyasha is bad or anything, so please don't mistake it. There's more nuance to the list because of the fact that it's also a matter of, how it works as a time travel story. Terranigma is not time travel. You just exist throughout the times. Secret of Evermore. I can't tell you why without spoiling some major plot points, but it is not time travel. There is no time travel. The Back to the Future cartoon series. Wow. Back to the Future animated. I kinda have to give it a C. Back to the Future, the game. That one is a B. I haven't put any of the Planet of the Apes movies on here. I feel like it's something I'm gonna be thinking a lot about, though. Time Killers. I'm gonna give it a C, but part of me wants to place it much higher, even just as a joke. I think a C is already kinda high, but there's just something about that. Ah. Futurama. Futurama squeaks by with a B because even though it does not have that much time travel, it always uses it very effectively, and it is generally just a very good series. If I were rating Futurama purely on how much I like it, it would easily be an A or even an S. But as a time travel story, it falls on B. It is a time travel story. It has multiple occasions of time travel. But obviously time travel is not the focus, even though the fish out of water story is. Oh my god. I would hate to end this with without addressing some of the more important things. H.G. Wells' The Time Machine. A. Honestly, did you expect it to be low? I'm surprised that nobody mentioned it. I don't have enough knowledge and experience with time splitters to rate it at this time, I think. Yeah, understandable. I would have thought that it would have come up by now, but it didn't. Weird, right? Right, this should be on the list. Please note that is not one of the films. Notice the Nintendo seal of quality on there. LJN, yes. Oh my gosh, me. Thank you for the $25 donation. And that brings us to 544. Just a little bit shy of the 550 mark that will get us. Chat choosing a new emote, which will probably happen during the same stream as chat commissioning art. Ah, I just punched myself in the face. Ow. Ow. I didn't do it on purpose. I was going to adjust my glasses, just whoomp. Come on, like, any of you who wear glasses have done that before. 110%.
You knocked out my contact!
Oh my god. I punched myself in the face.
That was a pure
Is that what
Damn it.
chaos control is?
Oh. Oh yeah. Oh my gosh, Marionette, thank you for the 6 gift subs that gets us to the next goal. But, no gutter robo. E. And yes, it has time travel. The only reason it's B and not A is because time travel is a big part of the merit being judged. It's a very high B, bordering on A. Because I think that series friggin' owns. And like, just looking at it makes me want to watch it again. What a good series. Time soldiers. Time soldiers. It's a I'm being a little generous. Because I am not fond of time soldiers. But I think that the way it handles the time travel in the matter of how it handles the stages and everything, pretty good. Pretty good. In reality, a lot of this list is making me feel like I need an entire extra degree of precision. Like I basically need S, A plus A, B plus B, C plus C, D plus D, F, and yeah. You get me? But that may be an issue for another time. Hey, Winter. How's it going? The PSP's Suikoden in-game. B. You hate to see it. Wow. I am also tired, if you couldn't tell. Definitely going to be wrapping it up fairly soon. Question mark? There probably are. Like, part of the thing about making a list like this in any way is, the fact that you could forget a million different things. There's countless things that could be added over time. And, like, so be it, but the way I'm seeing it, because I am enjoying working on this list, is essentially that I will be able to add a lot of stuff in the future. This one's gonna come off a little weird. A Christmas Carol. B. It's not time travel, because the ghosts do take him to different time periods, but it's also not really time travel. It's noteworthy enough to go on the list at all. Yeah, that's how I feel about it. Like, he's only a witness, and that's what leaves it very, very low. Yeah, it is. It is here in B tier. Man, I am so exhausted. Sailor Moon isn't on the list. I think I will save ranking that for future occasion. You know what? I just thought of something I should put on here that cannot possibly go anywhere but F. The very, very most bottom of F. There. That's the absolute bottom of F. Yeah, I don't have to put everything on the list, but working on the list, like, in such an interesting way, and eventually adding more and more to it in future streams where I come back to it, like, not during the subathon, but in the future in general, I think will be interesting. Yeah, it should be F minus. Oops, not above, that's wrong. Yeah, someday I'll come back to this, see Time Killer in C, and be like, the hell? Did somebody else write this list? Sharknado 3? That has time travel? Hmm. Austin Powers 2. Yeah. Hmm. Man, I was just thinking of Land of the Lost, but is that not... That isn't time travel, is it? It's isekai? Isn't it? Or am I remembering wrong? Hmm. Yeah, gold member can go up there too. That's fine. Mm. I'm so tired, guys. Also, I'm putting this in here with this poster with this funny ribbon on it because I think the ribbon makes it much more funny. Men in Black 3, by the way. Why does it have a ribbon on it? That's so funny. Ah. But yeah, I should probably call it. But I can say honestly that this is going to become a recurring thing in the future. Like, probably other special events that I do will also end up having time travel tier list. For now, I should update the thing with the stuff. There we go. Cat chooses the new emote has been met as a goal. The next goal to meet, 50 more subs away, Sonic 06, which is also the last possible game of the Subathon. Any games further down in the list will be separate in the Subathon and will be played after it is over. But if Sonic 06 is obtained, it will become the capper of the Subathon. Anyway, with that, I think that it is time that I send you all the way on a raid to one of my friends. And that I wish you all a good night, because, you know, I hope you've had a good night at least. We're gonna raid Fang, because she's back to streaming. She's doing a VR stream. Anyway, I seem to be at a loss for words now, so let's just go ahead. Good night, everyone. Thank you all so much. I'm glad to be back. Next time you see me, we will be streaming these two.